The following is rated TV MALSV. It contains strong language, violence, and nudity. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Stars. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, Devious Dave Rose, and you're tuned in to another episode of Kommunity Kerbals. Glad and thankful, as always, for those who have chosen to spend their time with us today. So let's shout out Ronald Booth, who's in the chat, and Tiff, wielding Mighty Wrench. And, back to the drawing board. Let's have some fun this game. You know, let's try to do something big with it earlier and tech things happen. But back to it. And it's just a fun game that I can spend hours on, and I enjoy taking you guys along for the ride. And it's also a nice opportunity for me to listen to a little jazz as well. Take this kind of like the beginning of the space program. 1958, October 1st, NASA gets back. Just opening up my phone here so I can watch the chat. I'd have if I could, I'd get a stream of jazz music I can just play in the background while playing this game. Not too sure which ones I can use won't strike me. This is a smaller band that I'd recommend checking out. I've listened to a few things while I was looking for this tune, and I like their stuff, and I'm not really big into jazz. Their stuff I really do like. And they're called the Fiji Air Trio. Started 1950. So, we're going to start pump my voice up any higher. Oh, that's why this thing is playing. All right, you guys should be able to hear me better. Still have to install that new mic stand. I don't want to yell. That always aggravates my voice. Yeah, the music was too loud. And yeah, I still got to install that that mic stand, but I need to just disassemble the arm that's on here right now, holding the monitor, and just clear it off, do a big wipe down and stuff, just clean it up, and then install those things again. Or install the arm again and then install the mic arm. Alright, well, let's take a look at our astronaut complex here. We got a lot of astronauts here. So, since I do want to make people from the community, hence the whole purpose of creating a new one. Actually, can I delete them? Well, I'll have to retire them somehow. And accidents do happen. So, let's see here. I'm going to start off with somebody I want to keep alive at least. I guess we'll start off with YR again. We had him before as the first character. And we'll make him a pilot. He's a brash pilot. It's kind of stupid. But he's got some courage too. And no, he's not really a veteran, nor is he a badass. But he can pilot a craft. And just have to find where he went. Not sure if oh, there he is. We do have a big, huge number of applicants. It's too bad I can't fire them. I can only enlist them. But you know, things like the shuttle accident can happen. But okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to make a simple satellite to go and orbit the Earth. This will be called, let's see here. I'll think about that in a second. We want a satellite. There we go, just a simple Sputnik type thing. Or do we want something bigger? These are good for probes, hence the name Probodyne. Is larger. Okay. Can you hear me, guys? Should be able to hear me. So the thing is, though, without the mic stand, I've got to lean close to the mic, and it's just my back's hurting. So a lot of shoveling. Plus, I feel so dejected from what Simo was talking about with his videos. Oh my God, I just feel so terrible. I mean, him coming out with a video pointing out a motto that belongs to somebody else as if it's relevant, and then when it's pointed out, when I'm calling into Nick, he's like, "How could you think I actually meant that?" And I didn't realize that. No, I'm pointing out the fact that you did that with some sort of intention, and obviously you look like an idiot doing it, but you don't seem to be able to explain, you know, the whole logic behind what you're doing. But hey, you're not even worth a fucking tribunal. You're so irrelevant. All right, let's. We need to get this powered up here. Little battery would do. Now this does automatically come with charge. It'll tell you usually. It's got its own antenna. but you can boost that and so forth. Plus, if you add more things, it's going to need, see, it's got electric charge of 10. This has an electric charge of 200. So stuff like that's important. What else do we want? We don't really need any fuel, because once this is up there, actually, no, you know what? Just in case, no, we'll leave it like that. Fuselage, maybe structural. It would also be a good idea to install a solar panel on this, because once it loses all its juice, it's not going to be able to do anything. These should be enough. Yeah, we're going to give it a small little fuel tank. That also allows us to attach these on there. Hey Derek, what's up? What's his YouTube channel name? Whose? Oh, Simo's? I think it's C-MO space 313. Alright, and this obviously requires a little... Yeah. A little engine. There's... there it is. Okay. Now we're going to need a decoupler. A little tiny one. And we're going to want a fairing over this, because, well, the wind can rip the whole thing apart, so... Located. I think it was couplers. Yes, payload. Here we go. So this is cool. Do that. And then you can just like that. I'm gonna have to go a little bit taller. Go. So once this is in orbit, the fairings will release, and then we'll be able to eject it from the decoupler there, and yeah, adjust ourselves accordingly. So let's see here. This is for the fairing, then yep, and then yep. Okay. So we want to bring this up a little more. Any suggestions for the name, folks? So this is the first community satellite. So maybe ComSat. There we go. Well, that's communication sat. So ComSat? Community communication satellite? ComSat. ComSat 1. That's a mouthful. Hold on. It's a mouthful. That's what she said. ComSat 1, saved. Excellent. So now, this is very lightweight. I mean, I told you guys I was going to keep showing you more and more tools here. Actually, not this one. Where's my engineer? Engineer's report. Okay, so our mass right now is we're about half a ton. And 8 parts, obviously, height and so forth. That stuff obviously will increase, but the DocSat, that's going to have to be a special... dude, I love that suggestion, but that's going to be a special reconnaissance satellite. And there's actual tool, and we'll show you. I'll show you once we're done this. There's actual tools that that you can add to the satellite. This one's just a little dinky one to to start from, to show you everyone how easy it is to put a satellite in orbit, how you can adjust things, and where the communications are now. Because every time it'll fly over a location that has the ability to communicate, because there are secret places on this planet, you'll see a green line touching it, so you know there's something there. But yeah, I love where your mind is. I love where your mind is. That reminds me, I do have to add some antennae on here. And the whole Sputnik thing, I like that. That's kind of cool. This is obviously much better, but we'll do an homage, as they say. Here, boom. Now it is down again. I just want to make sure they don't hit the solar panels once they release. All right, beautiful. That's looking great. Sexy looking beast. I don't know if I want to make it any heavier. I could add. Because here's what's cool. I can have science experiments on there, even the temperature and stuff. Yeah, let's do that, since we're sort of considering that this is like the beginning of the community space race. We'll put a thermometer there. There's the infrared telescope. There's the surface scanning module. That's what the DocSat will have. DocSat 1, obviously, because then there's got to be a DocSat 2. Pressure and barometer, which is better actually for atmospheric stuff. So this is for a probe if you landed, say, on the Mars equivalent or the Venus equivalent. You can figure out the atmosphere and stuff, send that info back. This is the gravimetrics device. There's apparently this elusive device that you can mine. It's the negative Gravioli particle. And there's certain areas that basically by using a certain type of camera you can scan the planet and you can see where the deposits are, so that this will sort of tell you, or help you at least, but you can find these minerals essentially and just mine them, and then you can make fuel to launch your ship from that moon instead of having to send fuel there and stuff. Cool stuff. This is a storage unit. It carries a lot of different things. This is seismic accelerometer. So this is good when you're conducting tests and stuff on how the seismic activity of a device is working. Through flight, through landings. It's cool stuff. Since we're not doing the actual gameplay, obviously there's a little bit more to explain from it. But if you do a walkthrough through the gameplay, it'll show that. Now I'm doing this way because I've got access to everything. But if I was doing the gameplay, I'd have to earn it and then unlock the things and then research things and stuff. And it's just much more involved and stuff. And this is much more casual and fun what we're doing. Could I do it the other way? Yeah, but. I'm having fun. This is what it's all about. So let's see here. Since we're done there, ComSat 1. I just want to check to see if everything does fit, because that's a big important thing. Yeah, see? The antenna sticks out. We don't want that. So if I've got to make sure I've got 4 again. Don't be dumb now. Should be better. Yes. Okay. Save. What I want to do is not wasting time. Action groups. Okay, where's my antennas? So we want to enable the toggle antenna. And you can always coordinate to transmit as well. Toggle is just switch on, switch off. That's what you do with a light switch. Either it's on or it's off. That's a toggle switch. You can also disable it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, oops. Toggle antenna, okay. So now, I can't remember how this is done. I think it's, oh, custom I think is 1. Okay. Action sets. Oh, there's action sets too, yeah, that's right. Okay, so 1. Gear, oops. I can't remember what the key was. Whatever. It's fine. We can still activate them manually. Okay, so we see now we're just a little bit over half a ton. Save it again. Fuel tanks. Skinny one, too big. Just right. What's up, Iceman? So, let's see here. We're going to make it a 2-stage rocket. That should ensure that it, oops. That should ensure the thing gets to orbit without any problems. Actually, we're going to use a much smaller fuel tank for that. And let's see here. Yeah, that should be sufficient. A little engine here we want. Is it the Terrier? It's a bit overkill, plus it'll just burn right through that fuel just instantly. Doesn't look like we have much of an option here. That's too small. Plus it's side. Okay, well, that's what you get. Then another decoupler. This size, I believe, yeah. I don't like that. Needs more. So, obviously we need a rocket in there. No, hold on. There. Decoupler. I already have one. Okay. Let's see. Now we just need engines. I think I'm gonna have to make a character for Heistman de Kerbin or de Kerbal. We'll figure it out, the naming protocols. So we need a larger rocket here. There we go. Hold on, is this the one with the gimbal? Does it have gimbal? Swivel, that's the one. Okay, basically a gimbal means that the engine nozzle can move back and forth and adjust itself and direct the rocket better. So, keep forgetting that the rocket's there. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Now, although we're now at 11.5 tons, and I want to make sure that we actually do have the push necessary to get into orbit. So we're going to want to attach solid rocket boosters as well. And we're going to go back to some couplers here. This should definitely get us into orbit without any problems. And since we don't really care about the waste, because normally you'd put parachutes on these, and they'd be recovered, and you could get resources and stuff and so forth. But it's like there's unlimited resources in this, so it doesn't in the sandbox game, so it doesn't really matter. But if you were playing this, the campaign version or the science version, and you want to try to do it efficiently and like they do it in real life, you put parachutes on these so that when you do eject them, they can land safely, and then you can recover the resources and not have to spend more and shit. So there you go. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're now at 26 tons. I think that's a fairly good weight. Mass, I should say. Okay, so that's our okay, so those are our what are these called exactly? The launch stability enhancers, yes. In previous versions there was a tower, but well, very often the game's mechanics would force you to crash into the tower for spectacular results, but people got bored of that and they changed it. So booster rockets want to go down at the same time as our main rocket here. Okay, so these rockets go first. Release, then those, then that. Second engine engages. Fairing disengages. Ejection inside there, this guy. Then final rocket. Perfect. ComSat-1 is ready to go. Hello, Jacob Sousa. Whoever you are. Alrighty, well, we gotta act. Oh, this doesn't have an SAS unit. Okay, well, I guess we're flying manual. All right, well, let's check out our current location. Sun is basically about noon. Sun's right on top of us, right? Yep. And what we want to do is we want to fly in that direction. See the moon coming up? Yeah, that's east. We're looking east. That's what we want. The Earth is rotating in that direction, right? So if we go in the opposite direction, it's very inefficient when it comes to orbital dynamics. So we want to go with the flow with the Earth. It lets us cover more distance quicker, and it's just more efficient when it comes to fuel. So let's throttle up the rocket, 90% or so. And I'm just looking at the chat here. I know you've been in the chat before, man, but your name's not familiar. All right. Community Space Command. Clear the launch pad. ComSat-1 is approved for liftoff. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines engaged, full ignition, and we are go for launch. ComSat-1 is rising nicely. kilometer and increasing. We have attained supersonic speed already. Solid rocket boosters ejected. Increasing to 100%. Full ignition throttle. Checking on apoapsis here. We are looking at 41 kilometers and rising. Little instability there from the final reaches of the atmosphere. ComSat 1 being controlled from the ground. We're about leaving the atmosphere here with an apoapsis of 88 kilometers. We are now going to want to release our fairings. And now to stabilize our movement. Excellent. We are heading for an altitude of 90 kilometers, which will allow us to adjust ourselves to an optimal 100 kilometers. For further changes and adjustments to the orbit. 100 kilometers is our sweet spot, which allows us the leeway to remain in orbit, in a stable orbit, as well as to adjust ourselves with sufficient amount of time. We have certain zones that we have created over the planet that are defined for orbital insertion maneuvers, as well as space stations. Slight adjustment here to course. And now we hit. Oops. See, we're not in the right direction. We are not in the right direction. We want to be going 90. There we go. 90 is the direction of east. And that is essentially, we want to get an equatorial orbit going. The Community Space Command actually is essentially right on the equator of this planet. And we're watching our fuel. But this craft is an unwieldy one. After all, we just did start the space race. And as you know, the evil communist Cronin Empire claims that we copied space travel from them, but we know that that's not the case. So as we continue to try to point towards prograde here, we are falling into the atmosphere. And we should actually be raising our... Oh, that's why. Well, looks like ComSat is not going to make it. That is a pity. Something wrong. This should not be. This should be. We should be going prograde. Up is well. Yeah, so it's lowering this, but so the deeper we get into the atmosphere, the more difficult it is to manage this. Now we are at 50 kilometers, and we're going to start to hit the atmosphere real hard. If we can't get out of this fall, this descent, and it doesn't look like we can. Yep. go into a uncontrolled spin. A pity. Well, there were a lot of misses when the space when the space race started. Oh look, our antennas broke off, and we are now proceeding at supersonic speed towards the ocean floor, or to the surface of the ocean. About 20 kilometers up. Some of the debris we can see falling, trailing from fuel. We are quite some distance away from the Community Space Command, but we can see it. We have visual. Yes, Feslov, unfortunate as it may be, we did lose, or we're about to lose ComComSat 1. But we've been given a unlimited budget. We've been e-begging like crazy, and the entire planet is now funding this operation. Plus, you know, taxpayer money, which is also, you know, belongs to the people and stuff. Private venture as well, investments. So we'll get another one up, and this time it's gonna win. It's gonna get there. It's gonna work. But we do notice a few problems here. Stability, for example. So we haven't looked into this just yet, or at least very much, when it comes to rockets, but there are actual fins that you can get to keep the rocket stable. So, that is the end of ComComSat 1. Now we're going to go back to the Space Center. And we're going to go back and take a look at our design. So, we need to be able to attain quicker speeds to ensure that we can get up there. Now, we almost did get up there, but we were unwieldy, and we couldn't stabilize. So, here's what we're going to do. A reaction wheel will probably be a good thing to do. It gives us stability with unstable situations. And we're also going to add fins. So, aerodynamics. Little finnies. Let's see here. I want to look at the weight. 3 and 1. Yeah, these are much better for this situation. We want 4. Okay, good. Next thing that we need, let's see here, that reaction wheel. So command control. Let's see here, which one would be better for this situation? This is 1.1. This is 0.2. It's the larger one. 5, but this is too small right here. We want this guy. This should give us more ability to keep ourselves stable, and the fin should also help with that. So now what we're going to do is, although we're going to send this up as we'll rename it from here, but you can normally rename them from the launch pad and stuff, but let's just do it here. Once we get this one into orbit, then we go to DocSat, and we're going to outfit it with all the greatest Linux and Unix-based computer systems and everything. All right, so ComComSat 2, you have permission to launch. And we're going to definitely start to explore the asteroids too. An eye on those solid rocket boosters, which are going to get fairly quick. We want to make sure that they're off as quickly as possible due to the amount of drag that's going to be caused by them, especially since we're going to be in the thick of the atmosphere. So going supersonic now, and now our fins are going to. Now we're getting into a thicker part here. We're going to see some movement here on our navigation ball, indicating that there's going to be stability issues. Our inline wheel, it should be functioning fine. We need to be monitoring this. And actually this is good. Fuel's just about to let go. We eject this stage. This will now ensure that it's going to fall back into the atmosphere and burn up. And what we're looking for right now, we're going actually substantially quicker than last time. I guess because we were able to ensure that our stability was good. We didn't waste too much of our momentum with the drag that was caused by that. So let's see here. We are just about the outer points of the atmosphere, and we're going to want to already get into this position going east. See, 90. Oh yeah, we got to activate the engine. And we are now, we can see here that this is extending, and we want to slowly do this because this is our prograde, the direction of the orbit. So we're about 100 there. And if I start going like that, now this is not that efficient. It's better to wait till you get up to here, because then, but the thing is though, if you're not fast enough, then you start to fall back and you got to adjust your direction. So that's why it's good to do a pre-burn and try to anticipate it prior. It'll tell you actually how much time until you intercept that point. So a minute usually is good, because this will start to approach very quickly, the prograde. We want to monitor this. You can see prograde is approaching. But what we're trying to do is keep this so that it's still in front as much as possible, because it'll ensure that this just extends a little bit further, and gives you enough speed so that, you know, once you reach that point of prograde, you're going to be as most efficient as possible. I'm glad that you like that, the man with two first names. I think it's fascinating. A lot of people do. And the greatest thing is that, you know, there's some very difficult space games out there, and this makes it fun, you know, especially when shit goes bad and like it's unexpected, you know, like these little cute things, you know, they'll burn up and shit, and you just make more of them. But yeah, it's like the mechanics are fascinating, but once you understand them, they become so easy. And you can do so much more, and like then sky's the limit, because it's like, fuck it, let's take a fucking probe all the way to Mars, land it there, and then get it back home for its samples. Okay, so we're at 112. We can't go any faster than this, so this is a problem here, because we're not getting the speed that I would like. Because this should be going up faster. I want us in an orbit sooner than later. So if we keep this in front of us, see how it's about 9 seconds in front. This is going to keep going, keep increasing, and we're not going to fall beyond it where we start falling back to Earth. Now we can see this is actually starting to grow bigger, because at one point when you get to the efficient portion, which is usually right on top of this point, and when the rocket's faster, the engine's more efficient, you get that circularization so much quicker. So this is about 116. We don't want this to go over, because then if you want to make them even, I like it even. Okay, so that's 100. What we want, okay, so that's 50 kilometers off, about. I don't like that. I like a more even orbit. It's not necessary, but you know, when you keep things clean and organized, you know the margins that you have available. So if you can get that circularization, and there are mods that you can do that it'll give you perfect, but obviously this is all a lot of it manual, so it's challenging. You know, it just keeps it lets you know what margin you're playing with. So if you get like if two orbits gonna crisscross, and like fucking gravity, you know, there could be a risk of some sort of collision. So you know, by trying to be as neat as possible, you can know exactly where things are, because the thing is, space is so big, and these things compared to the size of space are so small, and they're going so quickly that it's like trying to dodge a bullet. That's exactly what it is. So, you know, there's some skill that's required, or at least some awareness of the environment that you're dealing with. Jacob Sousa says, actually really enjoy this game. Laughed my ass off. Didn't know what to expect when I joined. Yeah, there's just so much. All right, so here's the thing, though, with circularization, because we're taking this, I guess, somewhat seriously. We want to make this as even as possible. So once we get up to here, apoapsis, we're going to reduce this by 2 kilometers, or at least try. Try to make it 100. Here's another issue that we have. We have a fully fueled rocket stage on here, or not fully, but it's half filled. That's going to stay in orbit with us unless we can bring it down. So technically, we can leave it in orbit and then try to recover it with some sort of, you know, device. You could technically try to bring a shuttle up there. You could also, there's a clamp. You can use them to attach to asteroids and stuff. You could send a probe up there, attaches to the probe, to the spent fuel, and from there drag it into the atmosphere and let it burn up. Because, you know, once it's in orbit, you can't recover it. So we can see here the line of communication here between Community Space Command and ComComSat 2. And what we're going to do is we're just going to do a quick burn here, or fast forward, I should say. The shuttle missions aren't that difficult, but they're not easy either. The shuttle was never an easy device to use. Okay, so we want to point to prograde. Come on. Six. Close enough. Now we're gonna fast forward a bit till we're on the other side, our periapsis side. See, hold on, you see that? There's something down there. I don't remember what it is. I don't believe there's a secret base actually somewhere in where is it? Somewhere up here, I believe. And there's sites, like ancient sites, like a pyramid and some shit. But there's something there that can transmit. That's why you got that line. What it is, I don't know. So we're just waiting to get there. So it's the exact direction that we want to be facing. That's our retrograde. No. 8 spins. There you go. Reducing this. You want to watch out because this is going to start to lower too. Okay, 105. Thrusters are very good for stabilization too. So 104, 98. And 88. So yeah, now what we want to do is go into this direction here. I'm going to do a final correction. Oops. Fly me to the moon, let me play amongst the stars. Oops, hold on, come on. I like it. I like it a lot. We're within about a 1.7, about, yeah, 1.6 or so kilometers deviation. That's not bad. Considering this is all manual, not bad at all. All right, so quick save, right? Let's do that. Let me look back at the chat here. Flying the shuttle is what Wire is referring to. Launching's not that difficult with the shuttle. It's landing. And even still, I did try to, take the shuttle to task, the one that's built into the game, or one of them. And it was hard to sort of hard to break them, to get them to be unstable. Which is not the case of the real shuttle. He also goes on and says, do you prefer bags or jars for your cannabis storing storage, Captain Rose? I prefer glass jars, especially ones that you can, remove the air from. But, hey, you can also use plastic. Obviously, the worst is, paper bags, because it'll just dry your shit out. But normally I would prefer glass, but plastic will do. Yeah. But yeah, if you can vacuum seal that stuff, that's great too. Vacuum seal and then put it in the freezer. That'll last you a long time. All right, so next thing that we're going to do is... yeah, we're going to keep this as a as an orbital, as an equatorial satellite. So we're going to eject from this spent. Well, it's not spent; it still has fuel in there, but we're done using that. And Chad also says nothing beats a nug jug. Interesting. Let's see. Sorry. Next step. So we're going to eject this, and that reminds me, we're going to get into the getting weapons into space, and we'll shoot that thing out of the sky, maybe. All right. So fairings are off. We've ejected from our fuel tank there. We're going to expand our antenna, activate our rocket. So we're going to just move ourselves a little bit away from the debris. Now we're passing over Community Space Command. We have full electric charge and full complement of fuel. Orbit is, let's see here, we've got a periapsis of 100 kilometers with the apoapsis as 102 kilometers. Okay. There's a slight change, obviously, because when we got ejected from by the coupler, it changed our orbit just slightly. But we are now obviously in a stable orbit. We have that debris actually moving far away from us, and if we, for example, go to the tracking station, we're going to see under debris, where's the debris? Debris. So, as we can see, we can't get any closer, but you have two icons on there, the debris and the satellite. But they're, moving further and further away. We got 3 contact points here. 4. Very interesting. There's other stuff out here. Let's see here. Well, that's possibly the direction there. So let's just toggle. Nope. Where's the debris? There we go. Yep, look at that. We got contacts everywhere. That's very interesting. I wonder if that's debris. Oh no, that's the direction of our antennas. That's what it was. Okay, so we have direct communication utilizing the one that's built directly into the probe, but then there's the 4 different antennas that I'd installed. Ah, interesting. They're monodirectional. Good to know. Good to know. Very cool. All right. Now it's time for some more community fun. It was suggested by Feslov, and it was a genius idea. And as such, we must do so. New DocSat 1. We see you. So we're going to pick, let's see here. This is there we go. We're going big. All right. So DocSat 1 ready. We're going to attach obviously some fuel tanks. Battery also, actually, what kind of charge do we got here? We got 1,000 charge. We don't necessarily need a battery at all. we'll get, let's see here. Well, we'll figure that out in a moment. First and foremost, save it. Communications. These ones are big, but they're directional. They can move around. So, there's this one, which is really big. That's better for a Voyager type space probe, because it's powerful. It needs that power to work really far away. That's obviously much bigger. These extend. Not really needed for something like this. These are kind of cool. Check this out. They just open up like that. But obviously too big for this. These ones are cool. Good for usually a long distance, perhaps a rocket or something. There is this one here. It's just an antenna that hangs off things. Obviously we don't have that. And then there's this one, which is cool because it'll actually open up. And well, that'll be for DocsBox 2. This will be DocsBox 1. So, let's see here. And I'm thinking this one will probably go into a polar orbit. And we'll probably have another one that goes into perhaps an orbit, a more elliptical orbit. So that's the way. I want that one. Too big. So we also want fuel, or RCS fuel. Thrusters to help us maneuver. So let's make this in a different order. Do we have a smaller fuel tank? Electricity. Actually, before we do that, let's get to those utilities. That's the mining device, excavator. So, the surface scanning module. Just need one of those. so this one's too big. It's survey scanner. Just gonna have to go on DocsBox 2. Actually, I might put them on opposite sides, yeah. So now we need some solar panels. I want a custom group for that. These guys. Toggle. Will be scanner, toggle, and number 4. We toggle. Oh, there we go. So we'll toggle that. We'll just activate it manually. Save DocSat1. Fuel. That should be sufficient because there's substantial amount plus. Let's see here. Oops, no, we don't want that. Okay, so. That should be enough. Chad said, oh, we got some more comments in the chat. Ken has a double agent working for Cronin. Heist just watched your latest video. That is one sexy nutcracker. Oh, you're talking about his video. All right, so we need a decoupler here. Let's see. Nope. Actually, we want more. Now, we want a. There we go. There we go. So our fairing's done. Now we gotta make sure that we get a rocket that's going to get this fucker into a nice polar orbit. with some good kick in a vacuum. That's a good one. 650, and this is for 1500. Which one's got the gimbal? That should be good. Alright, so another decoupler. What's our weight at? We're at 31 tons already. So I'm gonna play a little bit of jazz music. Hopefully it's not too loud. Total thrust on this 4,000. So next up, we want some solid rocket boosters. These guys are big. Coupler, large one. Times 8, 50. Actually, this is the bigger one. might be a little too much. This is more for, yeah, a little too much. So, last but not least, these little guys. And point them. Oops. What we want to do is point them away from the ship. So when they eject, they go up and out. It's already there on that one. This, clone it, and check it out. Where that one is. Opposite direction. Hopefully the same angle. You always look from the top. Make sure they're aligned, which they are. Let's get this out of here because it's in the way. Save that. Shout out to Ryan Murray. Says just watch some monetize this 60, an oldie but a goldie. Yep, when things were good. But c'est la vie, monsieur. C'est la vie. Just give me a second. Find something. Oh my gosh. Yeah, found it. All right, so we always want to make sure that these rockets are set at these ejection rockets are set at an appropriate height, considering that this ejection goes that way, and then combined with this, it'll shoot them up that way. This one's off. There we go. Perfect. So now we're going to get the stabilizers here. Okay. So these can go here. And we start off by figuring out, okay, so we got these rockets first, then we want these things to release. So, make a new stage, put them in there. Now these guys are this, so we want that after. And these should actually go in there as well. So, as it starts off, okay, so it starts off with everything going on. These release, and we're off. And then what happens is, and these release at the same time that these go active. This will continue to burn. This is the first stage. So that burns out, which separates the decoupler here, and second engine activates, powered by this fuel tank, at which point, powered by that fuel, flanges come off, and then ejection, right? Yeah, and then that engine Perfect. Bam says, just watch the video of Biden saying the N-word a few days ago. Where's the outrage? Yep. Well, you know, hypocrites and all that. So let's go. Let's launch DocsSat 1. Yeah, those things are a little unstable. So we're going to activate our SAS, throttle up. Revert the flight because one of those things went off before it should have. The engineer should have known that. So, that's the fucker. There you go. Okay, so back on the 2 boosters. Yep, save, launch. Yeah, Ryan, look it up. It's funny. This is Community Space Command. DocsSat 1, you have permission for launch. Remote throttle power up. Now have an apoapsis of 500 kilometers, and we still have a fair bit of fuel. So we're going to start to move in the direction that we want to go in, which is more of a northerly. We don't want a traditional equatorial orbit for this. So if we're looking at the map, we're going to see our direction change. And I am trying to use this fuel to fuel up so that I can drop this this portion of the rocket somewhere into the ocean. Or on the planet. It'll burn up anyways. This is a very, very high, we're almost at 1 million kilometer apoapsis. There we go. Throttle down again. Eject. And just going to put a slight acceleration here because we've decoupled. We'll have to let that momentum take us out of that. And now we're moving away. Perfect. We're going to eject the fairings. They're also going to land into the ocean. And yeah, 1 million kilometers sounds like a good spot to put a slightly polar elliptical spy satellite in. This will allow us to map the majority of the planet and find out where Skunt McLicken is located. He's hiding somewhere on this planet, that's for sure. So now what we're going to do is we're going to try to circularize as much as we can and still ensure that we maybe can burn enough of this fuel here to ensure that this stage also falls onto the planet. So this is good. This is looking good because now we're actually going to get a stable orbit from here. Okay. So 239 kilometers and 475,000 kilometers. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend these. We're going to try to make it about 1 million on each side. And actually, let's see here what we're going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till we're up here and try to reduce our orbit so that this thing will actually get down, because we still have the stage here. We still have this stage. We don't want that stage. Well, we have the second stage. And yeah, it's just more convenient to drop it in the ocean. Let's see. Here's what we'll do. I'll check on my electric charge. So that should. Is this going to work? Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. We'll keep that fuel tank attached. We are now going to engage our... Oh, that's not engaged yet. Yeah. Let's see what I could do with this. I'm going to try for it. See if I can... Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's see if we can do this. All right. I'm going to switch to the prograde. See if we can calculate this right. stage, use as much fuel as possible, and get it to fall into about 20 kilometers into the atmosphere, which should essentially ensure that it will be, it'll get so much drag that the atmosphere will capture it and it will go. We wanted to go with. We still got half a fuel tank. That's beautiful. There we go. Only off by 51 meters. All right. Going to go back here. Now our electricity will be going down slightly. So what we got to do is activate. Activate is number 1, it should be. Or is it not? Did it not work? Okay, well, manual it is. Now, obviously, we're going into the dark side, so our electricity will be limited. And we're going to we're going to point to, what is this, radial in, yes. So now, DocsBox 1 is pointing directly at the planet. If we go to our map here, we see its current orbit, being able to communicate directly to Community Space Command. I probably could, Eric James. Bam says, if Skunt has all the connections, he should be put on the next space mission to visit his family. Yeah, that's true. But here we go. We've got essentially our craft here. Now in a nice stable orbit, 1,000,000 kilometers and 410. But that's perfectly fine. You'll notice, if you look into this, many spy satellites don't have a full, it's more elliptical. So, yeah, this is very accurate as it stands. And DocsSat 1 is now doing full reconnaissance and tracking the planet as it observes for Scott McKinnon and his illegal actions. And we're actually going to go and take a look here. It's currently looking at the grasslands, scanning the latitude and longitude. And we have our atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. I'm going to do a atmospheric analysis, and it says it can't, but we're doing it. And we're going to disable our engine for the time being because we don't want that going off accidentally. Excellent. DocsSat 1 is in service. So now we go back to tracking station. And if we look here, we have DocsSat 1 being able to look over a big portion of the planet. And little ComSat 2. Very good coverage so far. And yeah, I think we'll save DocsSat 2 for another day. But we can definitely make rockets and other things like that. Just admiring my work, very nice. Very good circular orbit here. And this provides obviously more coverage and can see much further once the orbit is further up. So if we take a look at the solar system, there's the moon, there's Minmus, quite some distance away. Then it's Duna. That is the Mars equivalent, and that's our planet way out there. So this has its own moon, Ike, and this is the planet itself. It's actually, they're all very detailed. So you've got the polar regions. There's also, like I said, artifacts and stuff, monoliths and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, we could try to make a lander. The problem is, though, it takes so long to get there that the only way to really do it, if I guess on a stream, would be to fast forward it. But if we have other missions going on, it fast forwards them too. So if your plan was to rescue someone from a moon, then you get on another mission for getting something to Mars. You know, you might end up fast forwarding it, and then these guys have spent 800 days on the moon. So just depends on how you like to play it. And when it comes, the challenging thing is, getting to the moon's not that difficult. The challenging thing is trying to calculate the planet rotations, the planetary rotations, to, again, do it like they do on Earth, where you calculate, use the least amount of fuel necessary for a Holloman transfer, and you're able to time it properly so that you shoot yourself into space, turn off your engines, you coast until eventually the planet just catches you with its gravity, and you do a slight adjustment to stay in orbit. You circularize. So, that is a challenge. There's tools that will help you do that. But there's also ways of doing this. Like when you look at the solar system. So if we keep scrolling out. Okay. So this is the outermost planet, Ilu. That's like Pluto. Then there's Jool, which is like Jupiter. You've got Dress, which is, I guess, like Saturn. You got Duna here, Mars. You got these things, which are asteroids. We'll get to those eventually, but once you look at it, it's an unknown object. Once you look at it, it'll actually say, okay, now that exists in the world. So if this satellite, and look at the size of these, Class C, B, they go from small to large. If this, asteroid is large enough, it could be captured by the planet and technically, enter the atmosphere, hit it, land on the Space Command or Space Center. So it's dangerous once you've looked at them. But there's Kerbal, which is the planet equivalent to Earth. And then there's Eve, which is the Venus equivalent. And then finally Moho, which is like Mercury, which is obviously the closest. And you can see that not all the orbits are equal. This one gets closer on one side of the orbit compared to the other. Venus and Earth are basically equal. Mars is not. So for example, Mars is over here. What we have to do is we have to wait till they're at a certain angle. And I can't remember. I've got to look it back up again. But it's like a clock, where it's like if it's 8 o'clock or something, you're at the perfect place where if you launch at a certain speed to escape the gravity of Earth, then you're going to continue coasting till you get to this to the orbital plane of Mars, and Mars will just be right on time to pick you up and sort of just grab you gravitationally. So it's, there's actual calculations you can do, but there's also just simple, like, how I mentioned, just look at the moon. When the moon rises, that's when it's time to, like if you're facing prograde, the direction of the orbit, and you hit the rocket at that point, as in you activate the engines, then you're going to expend the minimal amount of fuel necessary to get to the moon. So it's just these little visual tips and tricks that let you optimize and not really, you don't have to really go deep into reading all the the astrophysics and science that goes behind this. You can play it sort of on the cuff and or off the cuff, and as long as you know the visual cues of what to look for, you can play this game without knowing astrophysics. So it's cool. And there's just little strategies that you can use. As you can see on the equatorial plane, there are a few planets that do deviate. Jewel being one of them, Dress being another, and Duna. A little bit by Duna, definitely Eve, but it's so slight though. That's the thing though, and it's cool because you have to adjust this if you need to land something on there. Let's see here. Any suggestions, people? Anything that anybody would like to have done? So, do we have any mods in the chat? Get rid of Dr. Julius, maybe. They're taking up valuable real estate. So, let's see here. We want to go to... Kerbin. There we are. So if I toggle sites, okay, that's just that one. All right, so we're going to go back here. Got 17 viewers apparently. Hey, you're wasting time there, Dr. Julius, maybe, if you know, went under your real name rather than just making another fake account that I've got to ban and wasted my time, then, you know, I might be a little more forgiving, but... how close can we get to the sun? Well, like I said, any distance beyond, you know, the moon is going to, well, beyond Minmus, which is the second moon of Earth, it'll take a long time to get to. And I'd have to forward it, you know, fast forward or time warp, and it would take away from the fun, I think. You know, it's not like we're not going to do that, but I think for the time being, there's other things that we could be doing, and I consider quite fun. So, you know what we're going to do? We are going to, oh, let me just get back. Yeah, I know what we're going to do. Perhaps this will be enjoyable for everyone. So under the astronaut complex, we've got a lot of applicants, and we've got these veterans here, and I think they should be taken off rotation for a while. We'll leave YR on there, and we're going to now start selecting all these individuals. Excellent. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to launch a shuttle on a very cold winter morning. So we're going to go to open and go to our big shuttle here, Dying Wing. So what we want to do is we want to fill this up with some passengers. Let's see here. This one, oh, hold on. There's one that holds 60. That's the one that holds 4. Oh, that was the other one. Oh, that's the one. There we go. Oh, that's 2. So what's the other one? I guess it was this one. Let's see. Can we fit another one? Yeah. All right. Perfect. So we're gonna close that. We're gonna try to make this realistic. This the hurdler. Now we're going to crew it with, let's see here, all these people except for YR. Oh, they fit all perfectly. Beautiful. So now we just check that. Oh, those are supposed to go after? Doesn't make any sense. That one. That's supposed to go first. So on a cold winter morning, is the sun setting? Yes. So we're going to wait. On a cold winter morning, the ill-fated crew of the hurdler set off for space. broke the wing off of the fated hurdler. And as the crew watched on powerless, they realized they weren't going to make it. As you can see, they are panicking, as they should be. We are now just about to lose almost the entire roster of the Community Space Center's astronaut roster crew. This is Community Space Center to ill-fated crew of the Hurdler. We couldn't get the priest to give you your final words, so we have a clown here, a mime. He's making a sad face and, you know, doing a little crying movement. So hopefully that's something for you guys, because we can't afford the funerals and such, and that's all going to be put onto your families. So yeah, your government loves you, and well, guess that's how the cookie crumbles. This is Community Space Center out. And with that, on that cold, wintry day, the Community Space Center lost many of its astronaut enlistees. But on the bright side, that opened up many more spots for people in the community. So, let's go back to the Space Center, where we have a crowd of individuals looking forward to being the next crew of space missions. So we're going to go to the astronaut complex, and there's more that have been generated here, and that's fine because they could be removed. Lost, we have all these that have been lost, and well, they are expendable. But let's go to creating some Kommunity Kerbals. So let's see here. We've already done YR. We're going to do Bullfrog. Oops. Now, Bullfrog says he's male, so we'll keep it there. He's a tourist because he can't do any of these things. He is extremely stupid, and he does have courage. I'll give him that, but it's Bullfrog. He's oblivious. So we'll give him there. It's a 35%, 40%. It's under 40%, but yeah, we'll give him that, I guess. He's no veteran and he's no badass. So we're going to create Bullfrog right now. And we'll close that. We'll see. Usually you've got to exit this and go back in. There's Bullfrog. And the next thing is to, let's see here, create somebody else. We're going to create, you know what, we'll create Ken. Ken Kerbin. Yeah, Kerman. He will be, let's see here. I guess he'll be, yeah, we'll make the Right Stuff crew. So he's one of those. He's a pilot. He's got the courage. Not too courageous, but he's got the courage. Let's give him a 85. Let's see here. I'll give him a 20% stupid. Yeah. 25. That's more like 25%. Well, there you go. He is a veteran. And he is a badass. So we want to have those appear. So there's Ken. And we're going to make another person from the Right Stuff crew. I'm going to put Mars. He's male. He's also a pilot. He's not stupid. Everyone has to have a little bit of something. He's got courage. Nice 90% courage or so. Veteran badass. Next we'll make, let's make Nikki Nines. And he's also a pilot. I'll give him also the equivalent is Mars, 90% courage. Low stupidity. Veteran badass. Well, we already have the No Hard Feeling crew right there. I mean, they could, you know, land a mission on the moon, and it'll be, you know, the No Hard Feeling landing spot. Let's see here. What else? Any suggestions for who else? Oh, you know what? Since we're all male so far, we're going to do a female, and this will be Tiff. And she will be, we'll make her a pilot too. She's not a veteran, but she is a badass. Low stupidity, and lots of courage. Alright, so another one from The Right Stuff. I don't know why they, oh, it's the veterans get the orange ones, okay. Let's give these stranded Kerbals to Crumb of Comfort. I'm not sure what that means. Let's see here. What else can we use from the community? And we'll leave it at that for now. We can always, well, we will be adding more, but just trying to think of what other people we could add in. We got to fly with somebody, and we got to make it fun. Who would be fun to make fun of? Who's expendable is another question. Here, we'll do this. We'll do this. Keith. Keith will have to make a pilot so he can fly it. It's very stupid. I'll give him a little bit of courage there. And there we go. Alright, so. Should he be a, oh, Nerdy. Nerdy would be also a good one. Well, we'll work with Keith for now. Should he be a test pilot for planes or for rockets? Hopefully no kids on board with Keith in charge. Yeah, his capsule will only have room for one person. I think we can get some good explosions, I guess, with a rocket. So we'll do that. Hopefully the computer doesn't shut down from all the explosions. Still got to fix that. I don't want that. Let's see here. I think we'll make him a new one. So this will be this. Capsule here. All right, so just change the colors. I always do. And fuel tank. Go. And we're going to try something different here. Decouplers. There's the long one. Okay, guess not. And we want a fuel line. All right, we'll call this the Hide Yo Kids. Throttling up. This is Community Space Center to Keith Rebarber. You have permission to launch. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, that's fucking YR. It's not supposed to happen. Let's go back and revert the flight to the assembly building. I didn't tell you could do that. This was Keith's flight. Alright, now that we have the proper crew on the Hi Joe Kids, this is Community Space Center to Keith Rebarber. You have permission to launch. Yeah. Can I count down? No. Okay. Just launch it. Yeah. Yeah.
The Jamaican rapper, Rastafari, and the Jamaican.
Yeah. I'm flying. Yeah. Under one wishing tree. Ooh, Jamal. When I play with the kids with me, and I rub my car just 20 times over my hands. Hey. Yeah, let's do a spin. Kids, let's spin. Yeah. Kids, yeah. Let's spin. Yeah. Yeah, kids. Oh no, kids. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, kids. We're like ballerinas. Yeah.
Jamaican rapping,
Yeah. Look at me. I'm Peter Pan. Yeah. I got my vaccine. Yeah. Whee. Hey, YR. Do you want me to read the script you gave to me? YR? Well, I guess he went away. Yeah! I'm getting kind of high. I don't do drugs. But I'm getting kind of high. What's going on? Oh, no. I don't know what's going on. Yeah! It's like that time I was swinging in the kids' playground. Yeah! Woo! Sam, that's fucking a genius line. Pedo Pan. I love that name. Yeah! 'Cause I like to play with kids. Yeah! Woo! And I like to fly like Peter Pan. Woo! Oh no! I just realized I don't have any parachutes or an ejection. Oh yeah! Well, I got my COVID vaccine, so I should be okay. Yeah! At least I got the COVID vaccine. Now I can go out. I'm not under quarantine. Yeah! You know what? I'm so much not under quarantine that I'm going to actually leave the ship. Goodbye. Goodbye, rocket ship. Now I'm going to go into the stars. Yeah! Hey, kids, I'm coming. I'm coming, kids. Yeah! Now we can dance and play forever. Yeah! In space. Now, when I re-enter the atmosphere, I'm not gonna burn up, am I? Hello? Hello? Space Command? Hello?
rapping in the Jamaican.
Yeah. This is Community Space Command, Keith. We are, Community Space Center. This is Capcom communicating with you, Keith, and it looks like you really fucked up this time. What? I mean, okay. Well, Keith, any final words that you would like to have? Perhaps any messages to your victims? Perhaps any relatives, next of kin that should be alerted of your immediate incineration and cremation? Thankfully, we're not paying for the funeral costs, so this will definitely help us out. Okay. Yeah. Oh, can you tell YR something? Okay, fine, Keith. What do you want us to tell him? Tell him that he can have my phone, yeah. And he can have all my maps, and he can have my lifetime access card to the Disney sex vaults. What's that? I mean, yeah, nothing. Yeah, just tell him to look in my lockbox underneath my bed, yeah. And to tell him to make sure that only enter that building between 12 and 3 in the morning, yeah. Okay, Keith, that's weird. We'll have to look into that personally. Security risks there. What do you mean? Don't worry about it, Keith. You don't have much to live. You have much longer to live, so. Are you sure? I mean, I got the vaccine. I mean, all I gotta do is believe. Yeah! Yeah! I'm flying! I'm Peter Pan, yeah! Yeah! Whee! Dance with me, kids! Yeah! Ooh, rockets! Oh no, I can't control myself no more. And I'm coming in really, 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 really quick. Oh no. Yeah. Well, it was a good life. I mean, got to diddle some kids. And plus, I don't want to live. I don't want to live again. Just want to live once and then die. Yeah. Ooh, the ground's coming up real fast. Whee! Yeah! I'm flying. Ooh, I heard an explosion. Yeah. Wonder if I left my stove on. Oh no, the Haitian housekeepers will make sure that it's off. Yeah. Yeah. My last thoughts will be of rubbing my genitals while I watch underage kids. Yeah. 20 times. And YR, he was my friend through the entire thing. Yeah. What's that? YR, are you there? Oh no, I'm just imagining things. Yeah. Wow, I'm getting really close to the ground here. What do you mean? I've got a... Oh my god, I actually have a parachute. Well, I can remove my helmet. Let's see if I can do that. Ah! I can't breathe. Yeah. 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 Ooh, I can't move anymore. Oh no. Now I'm gonna really see it. Ooh. Oh, that's right. I had a parachute, but do I want to live? I mean, I kind of do want to diddle more kids, but I mean, I do only want to live once. Decisions. What would YR do? I mean, I don't know. Maybe what I gotta do is I gotta actually sing a Jamaican rap, and I get in the mindset to actually be able to make a good decision.
I'm gonna try to figure out what to do. Pull a shoot or a thumb in the ground and a slap and a jim and a boom and a splat and a a banim and a Haitian rapper the mazim and a boom and a manabijin and a Keith likes to punch other kids and a min the bandum and 12-year-old and he's a...
I still haven't decided yet. This is a hard one. Let's remove my neck ring. That looks good. Oh, I can breathe again. Oh, it's so nice to have one chin and not four like Bullfrog. Oh, okay. I can be better now. And, we're getting close. I can see my shadow. I don't know. I mean, what do? Do I save myself so I can hang out with YR again? Or do I prove that the vaccine will work for me? You know what? I think we can trust in the vaccine. So, I'm going to survive from this.
I'm a rap and a vaccine gonna protect me and I'm not gonna spat, no, not gonna spat. I'm in a pay baby.
This is Community Space Center to Keith. Please come in, over. This is Community Space Center to Keith. Please come in, over. All right, gentlemen, we have what our computer systems are calling a catastrophic failure, but what I call an overwhelming success. Congratulations! Excellent, gentlemen. Mission accomplished. Let's go back to our tracking center. Let's go back to DocSat-1 and see how it's doing. As we return to DocSat-1, we notice that it is currently orbiting at its apoapsis at 1,051 kilometers. It's currently communicating with a site out here in the Clout Desert. Still scanning for the whereabouts of one Scott McKinnon. Beep boop, beep 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 boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep 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 boop, beep boop beep boop. Seems to be that DocSat-1 is picking up massive spikes in homosexuality and pussiness. Levels increasing dramatically. We may have a fix on Scott McKinnon. Increase scans. Run an overlay over the map and Scott's recent whereabouts and attempt to correlate some sort of pattern. This is DocSat-1 computing. Beep boop, boop boop, beep boop. Current location of Scott McKinnon unknown. However, we are tracking increased levels of homosexuality on the surface of the planet. DocSat-1, continue monitoring. Affirmative. He's not going to get anywhere. Once we get DocSat-2 into space, the entire planet will be covered by a web of surveillance, and he won't get away. Alert. We are also detecting massive amounts of faggotry. Apparently, there is the unique signature of one CMO. Excellent, DocSat 1. Continue to monitor. Affirmative. All right, so we're going to go back to our tracking station here. Check out how things are going. Do appreciate those that are still tuned in. We got about 19 viewers. We've been going for about 2 hours, 25 minutes. Not too shabby. Oh, we've got another location down at the bottom there. DocSat 1, very good at its job. And let's see, we're going to go back here. And we're going to make DocSat 2. This one's going to be, let's see which one. This one is big, but this one's even bigger. Yes, let's do that. Hold on, is that the one? No, we want the bigger one. The biggest of the big. This is going to be a super large spy satellite. I'll save that, and we begin. So. We're going to need some fuel. We're going to need, let's see here, batteries. We're going to make something equivalent to a nuclear reactor for consistent energy. Big antenna. Yeah, that's fine. Fuel. To be able to maneuver around. Good little engine. This one. Perfect. All right, so DocSat 2 requires more tools, and we saw these were quite large before. This is the stuff that you use to mine. Makes oxygen, other raw materials. So we want the infrared telescope. Go on one of these two. These. And I'll take one of these. So we're going to make this very large. Very large. Do make a structure here. There we go. over. Apparently said Chad had to rewatch the last 2 minutes of Keith. That was epic. I'm glad you liked it. Glad you liked it. I don't want to go too excessive here. But why not? This has a problem with my own team. Okay, well, we'll fix that. Bam. Save this. Bam. Oh, is this going to be a problem? Not if I don't let it be a problem. The only issue is how much this sticks out. That'll be a challenge. Okay, well, let me just check one thing here. Challenge. Not impossible. Okay. Try to put a lot of toys on this one thing. Actually, well, you know what? Hold on a second here. 17 years IT experience. Let's see. Okay, so that's 600. Okay. All right, cool. Let's see. Right. So, what we will do is as follows. There we go. So we want to slightly distracted. Let's see if I can make this not as long. There we go, that's much better. Still room for some more things. Because we want everything to basically point down towards the ground. We're even going to put, let's see here. Beautiful. Okay, so DocSat 2 looking beautiful. We need some. Let's see. We need solar panels. Stop at four antennas and you can add more. No expense left. I don't know, I remember the phrase. Okay, so we're also going to need some thrusters. Oh, we can't do that because that guy's there. That there. That's somewhere else. No. All right, so we're going to put a little stabilization up here and some thrusters, which will also allow us to maneuver much more easily. We're going to let's do small. It's never a bad idea to add some ports here in case you ever need to land. It's too small. So either. It's not supposed to go there. It's supposed to go there. That's alright, we'll do it the hard way. That's supposed to go. Shit. Do. That might work. So there's that. Okay, that should work. Boom. No. Okay. So that's gonna flip backwards. Okay, so if that goes up, sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out in what order I've got to get this in there. We want this thing on the other side. Mark spinning around. No. Actually, hold on. That's at the back. Top is this thing. It's possible. Okay, well that's what it's gonna have to be. That's. Is that happening? No. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was trying to fucking accomplish. Let's save that. So we got one port here in case we ever need to dock. Command and control. That should be sufficient for that. That should be good for that. Oh, we need the solar panels. Where's the big ones? tracking device can we put? Good enough. Let's see. I guess we could add, yeah, you know what? That's what we'll do. You never know if a small device will come to dock with this. So, structural. Boom. Boom. We have 2 docking ports now. Small one and a big one, in case there's any need to service the modules. Let's see what else. Final utilities here. We're almost about ready for launch for DocSat 2. DocSat 2 almost ready for launch. Please clear the launch site. A few final tools on here. Sure, well, that's a mystery go. And accelerometer. Oops. That doesn't look good. Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the stars. Jupiter. Full complement of scientific tools ready to scan the planet for Scott McKinnon. It's quite the impressive spy satellite. And DocsBox. Any final comms? I think we got most of them. Yeah, let's put another one on. Why not? Fly me to the moon, let me play amongst the stars. And that's looking awesome. All right, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to structure again and get our launch stability equalizer, was it? Enhancer. All right, so we're going to save this. Try a little trick. Yeah, Keith was laughing hard, yeah. let's see if this is possible. Well, it's possible. Let's see if I can accomplish it. So, set orbit around Kerbin at a semi-major axis of 686, eccentricity of 0, inclination 0, M&A, orbit, land, perigee. Periapsis. Let's see if this works. There we go. So, next up is we're going to just quickly check, and that's what here. We are at, what's our altitude? 86 kilometers. That's didn't come out exactly as it should have, but that's fine. We have fuel, and we are ready to rock and roll. We are in a stable orbit. After all, DocSat-2 has the power, and we have the power now to actually get ourselves into the necessary orbit that we want. So we're going to put ourselves in a prograde direction. Check our stats, looking good. And now what we're going to do as we slowly get to that point, we're going to increase our orbit. And then we're going to actually make it crisscross DocSat-1 at the opposite end, or at a perpendicular angle would be the better way to describe it. So that one is, we're going to give it actually, DocSbox-2 is more powerful, so we're going to put it in an orbit that is more than 1,000,000 kilometers, which is what we have for DocSat-1. But we'll make it 1,000,000. What's the distance I want between them? 1,000 kilometers? Yeah. Well, hold on. We're at 6,000. There we go. 1,010,005. Now we're going to point to the normal. Actually, no, normal. That's where we should be pointing. Normal is up in certain planes. Do 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 do. So now we're going to, better if we did anti-normal.
What are you doing, Dave? You're cheating, man. You're cheating.
Well, I know the law, so I'm not cheating.
I mean, come on, man. You can't do that. You can't use infinite fuel to get DocSat-2 into orbit.
Just watch me.
No, man. You can't do that, man. I told you what you can do. I mean, I would think all these videos from Simo coming out of on you, you know, where he's shitting on you, you would be scared of, you know, that female to male tranny, but I mean, come on. You can't do this, Dave. Come on.
Don't worry, Scott. DocSat-2 will be in a proper elliptical, semi-polar orbit soon enough. And then we'll have the entire planet fully covered.
No, Mon, you're gonna find me. I'm gonna go delete my channel again, Mon, and then bring it back up again.
You mean restore?
Yo, stop using these big book words, Mon. That's not fair, Mon. I mean, I went through radio and television broadcasting, but you know, those books, I don't know what they do.
So we're almost at a nice perpendicular angle, which is what we want. We want full coverage of the planet. And if I had this one plugin, when you map the, if you ever take a look at NASA's launch center and stuff, where the big screens where they show it looks like an oscillating line on a map, you know, up and down, and that's actually the orbit of the spacecraft, because of the angle that it takes off at, and its latitude actually on the globe. So although it is a round orbit, well, it's a circular orbit, when you're flying it on the ground, what it looks like is what you see in those NASA videos and on movies and stuff. Is that wavy line that goes out throughout the entire planet, up and down, up and down. That's actually a straight line in space, but what you're doing is demarcating a map, which is, you know, you've got a round surface, you got to split it up and make it flat and into a square, and by doing so it sort of distorts things, and that's how you get these wavy lines. It's actually a straight line. So we now have a good coverage here, but we want to get further out. As you can see, although these orbits come very close, there's still a substantial amount of space between them. Okay, that's about the 10,000 point or 10.7 thousand kilometers distance. So that's a good leeway too. And it's rare that, you know, they would coincide where this satellite's coming around and smashes into this one, especially at such such a difference in their orbits, because they're not exactly 90 degrees, but which is perpendicular, but you know, it's fairly close. And plus, what this does is it gives coverage. You'll see once we have these things transmitting, and I go to the tracking center, you see how each of them is basically tracking one side of a planet, and when you have them on either side of the planet, they're continuously tracking, and as such, it's continuous monitoring. It's not like you've got to wait for the satellite to come back around to be able to communicate, because they see other satellite in a far distance, so they communicate with that, and that one's over, you know, the space center, so it can communicate to you. So what we're waiting for now is to get out to this area here. Obviously, with all the changes we've done, we've now moved out to apoapsis of 1.3 million kilometers. Yes, hidden figures. I know, Keith, you mentioned that. Okay, so this is perfect too, because yeah, we're just in front of DocSat 1. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to want to bring this out from 87 kilometers. We want prograde. You can see this grow now. So we're at about 1.3 million. Let's see if we can get that close enough on this one. Fuck. Something's firing. 135, 134. It's actually fairly close. 42,000 kilometers difference. Let's see if I can get it up a little bit more. Oh, it's the RCS. 1342, 13. Oh, there we go. 1342. 1342. 1342. 1341. 1342. 1342. 342. 1342. There we go. So 751, 297. Okay, that's good enough with me. I just wanted to get it as close as I could. And that's a nice, beautiful circle. And obviously, Doc's Sat-2, much more powerful than the first one. If we go back here, we also have to engage our solar panels. Where did I place them there? Oh, we're going to extend our antennas after all, because we're going to be tracking Scott. Extract that antenna. And we can start object tracking in a bit. What we want to do is deactivate that. So now we are pointing towards the planet. Start object. And CurbNet access, deploy scanner. Beep, beep. CurbNet is offline. There's no orbital survey data available. Conduct an orbital survey using a survey scanner to enable high definition detail. So yeah, once you get that, you can actually view, like you're intercepting signals from, something that's utilizing a scanner. So you'll be able to view that sort of pattern on here. I'm just wondering if I installed another camera on a separate. I'm going to end up sending, sending a probe out to the moon. I'm going to hook it up with a CurbNet, and we'll transmit from the moon to Doc's Sat-2, and we'll intercept those signals before we send them to Earth, because as we know, we want to keep the population from panicking, because they would if they found out of all the different monoliths and artifacts there on the moon, all artificial. So we have confirmation that there has been some sort of civilization on the planet, and as always, it is our job as government officials to keep people in the dark and keep them ignorant and not tell them the truth. So
That's right, I'm taking it to the stars, man. I'm done, brother.
So let's check this out. We are now transmitting to a site hidden amongst the shadow of space. As we go quick through time here, time warp, we've got both of our satellites here, providing extra amount of surveillance and monitoring the increases in faggotry and homosexuality on the planet. Clearly signs that Scott and Simo are somewhere on the planet. Beautiful. And if we go back here, we are looking at the beautiful DocSat 2. We're going to, where's that? Okay, so it's observing Kerbin. And take, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Take that off, because we're cool like that. And now we just have to figure out where the fuck the planet is. There it is. Oh, that's why, because we're still on fucking warp speed. No wonder. Can't deploy things when you're under warp speed. So we're going to rotate. And what was I going to do? Check the map quick, see where we're transmitting. Back to that base there, crater base. This is DocSat 2, currently monitoring trace amounts of faggotry on the surface of the planet. 98% probability that Simo is hiding in a cave. Well, we're looking good here. Looking real good. And DocSat 2 fully operational. So we're going to actually shut down the engine because we have our RCS that allows us to maneuver ourselves through space. And we have obviously all the different tools that are operating. So there's something else I wanted to do here. Perform orbital survey. Must be in a stable polar orbit between 60 and 1500. Oh, okay, that's why, because I'm at 1 million. Okay, well, we can always adjust that. But let's see here. Transmits. Where's the other stuff? There it is. There's that. Here's the goo. Observe the mystery goo. The goo feels right at home here. So we're going to keep the experiment. The goo is actually Scott's puke, so we're analyzing it to determine what makes him tick. Oh, I forgot this one. Extend the antenna. There we go. Beautiful. Now we have a full complement of antennas working to track Scott down.
Don't dox me, bro. Don't dox me, bro.
Beautiful. Another successful launch. This time utilizing special tools. All right, let's check this out. Let's see the coverage. Wow, look at that. Look at that. So we've got DocSat 2 in the larger orbit here. And hold on, let me just quickly check the chat here. 14 viewers, no new messages. So yes, look at the coverage. So as these rotate, we constantly have line of sight communication between the two satellites. You see this line here? This allows, and this is how GPS works, as long as you have satellites going over portions of the Earth and they're still in touch with each other, they can then communicate down to the planet and tell you exactly where your location is. GPS requires minimum 3 satellites to be able to triangulate, hence the word, triangulate your location. Remember, we are in 3 dimensions. The more you have, the better, but you need a minimum of 3. And this is very cool because we have other spots that this is identifying other transmission spots. I don't know what they are, but these are clearly sites that have something there. So the next thing is, let's see here. I think I know what we're going to do. Oh, we got a new comment from Chad. He says, wow, new Beavis and Butthead movie just announced. Interesting. I don't know. I was never a fan of Beavis and Butthead personally. Thing is, though, Mike Judd is like, their judge is super smart. And you can see that from fucking Idiocracy. So, you know, there is, like, and obviously with King of the Hill, too, you can see a bit of that. But he has, I think he's sort of dumbed down his stuff to make it sort of more attractive. And, yeah, Beavis and Butthead, I always found them annoying. And, I just didn't do anything for me. Like, stupid people don't make me laugh. That's the thing. Stupid people don't make me laugh. But what I'm thinking is we could create another character and get them to the moon, see if they land. And, yeah. How about that? I'm just wondering what else we could have fun with. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think I know what we're going to do. Let's do that. All right, so we're going to leave the facility. We are going to go to the vehicle launch assembly, or vehicle assembly building, I should say. And we're going to make something new. Actually, yeah, let's have some fun. All right, so I need a volunteer, someone who's going to die. Someone please suggest a name in the chat. Let's start this off by, let's see here, what did I choose? Guess what? Yeah, why not? Or should we? Let me just think for a second here. Yeah, why not? We'll go with that. And No, 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 J.R. Ford the third. No, this is. I want someone who's expendable. I want someone who we can enjoy watching them slam into a fucking mountain or fail miserably. You're not going to be allowed to sacrifice yourself unnecessarily. Although I do appreciate you enlisting, so I'll have to make a character for you. You shall be called Ford Kerman. See, Blonin deserves a better fate in the sense that it has to be glorious in how bad he suffers. Like, maybe we throw him into the moon or into the sun. And plus there's the whole thing about the community rocket where the rejects get on a certain rocket and that gets thrown into the sun or something. So I think Blonin deserves that fate. I'm talking about someone even less... I'm talking about someone even less significant than Simo. I know that you can't. I know that's basically not just scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's like lifting the barrel up and scraping the floor beneath it. But yeah, I'm looking for someone that just doesn't matter. No, Joe Cronin. What do you mean? Joe Cronin's gonna get another fate. And he's gonna be driving around begging for money. Let's see. You know what? We will populate it with... what was that fat fuck's name? Tyler Black Fat. We'll call him Back Fat. Alright, so... it's going to be Tyler Black. A.k.a. Back Fat. He will be a pilot. Extremely stupid, but he's an absolute pussy. And Back Fat has now been created. So, in this craft, it'll be called the Free Ride. And the next thing we're gonna do is pick some fuel. Well, yes. Yes. This is gonna be fun, guys. This is gonna be fun. Oops. Okay, so there's a seat. External command seat. I'm gonna pop it on the side here, pointing up. And what else are we gonna do? Yeah, we want to make this bigger. So let's see. I think this is gonna be fun. So you guys should probably enjoy this. Okay, what kind of 16? No, that's not good. Faster, harder, nuclear. And let's go crazy stupid. Coupling. All of that. And actually no, that's a little too big. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, so we want this one. Right? Nope. This one. Nope. Nope. Come on, Dave. God damn it, Dave. What the hell is going on here? Come on, Ken. Ken. Come on, Ken. It's ridiculous, Ken. Come on. Ken. Damn it, Ken. You can't do shit, Ken. Why can't I remember this? It's the liquid fuel. No, it's not what we want. Ay, ay, ay. No me gusta, señor. Señor, no me gusta para nada. Boom, boom, boom. We go there. We'll put it right on the spot there. Und die Coupler. More the rocket. Und funny. So now we get, no, not that one. This one, yeah, perfect. We're gonna try something fun. Chad says, KSP Legal Division approves of sending another test dummy to the moon. Okay, well, let's see how he fares. This will be interesting. So, what do I want? I want... so we'll do that. This one, we're going to reduce the oxidizer to 0. Engines. We're going to go with some jet engines, actually. Turbojet, turbo ramjet. Yeah. Structural. There's a mount here. Where did it go? Structural pylon. Too big. This will be interesting, people. Oh, it's not. Doesn't want to do that, huh? Fuck you. Yeah, whatever. Just attach them directly to. Oh, it doesn't want to do that either, huh? Really? Okay. Where there's a will, there's a way. So, what do we got here? This is 153. We want a powerful bad boy down here. 4,000. That'll go up. I want a little more control. Those, but Let's see if I can actually get what I wanted to do work on this. Doesn't want to do it here. Structural. This might work, yeah. Fuck it, let's do it. Okay, so what do I want on there? I need fuselage. Yeah, this one. That's not working. There we go. Now what we want the input. We want the input of the jet. This is a air-breathing jet. It's a turbo ramjet. This one, where'd it go? This one's the Rapier. It's based off the Sabre engine. Basically, it's supposed to be able to handle both, in the sense that liquid fuel is only for a jet engine. Liquid fuel and oxidizer is for a rocket. Okay, that needs it to burn. The oxidizer is to create the explosion, the fire. Why? Because that's the only way you're going to be able to make a rocket burn in space where there's no air. Okay. Thing is, though, this thing is supposed to be able to switch over. And, you know, that is the intention. And what you got to do is you got to be able to go fast enough in the atmosphere where it's getting enough air that you can get hypersonic, and then from there you switch it off from just fuel to oxidizer and fuel, which then activates the rocket, and then, you know, so it's a 2-in-1 engine. But what I'm trying to do is something that has been proposed in the past, where certain craft have, I think Chrysler actually created the study to create a craft like this that utilized not just rockets but jet engines as well to get enough speed to get out of the atmosphere. So we're gonna play around with that shit. JR4 the Third says, now Fatback is going to get that 1% patch. Sorry, Mon. All right, let's see here. So we got the these regular jet engines here, the turbojets. And what else was I going to put in there? Oh, I want to try to optimize our speed here. There we go. This won't have enough fuel. Actually, no, we don't want that. We want an intake. Oh, here we go. We got a nice one here. We can get a rounded one. There's a pre-cooler. Actually, yeah, let's try a pre-cooler. There you go, let's go big or go home. Alright, and we can either do a circular intake or shot cone intake. I'm going a little excessive here with the air, but whatever, fuck it. Or I can go with these guys, which look somewhat futuristic. Tell me what you guys want. Gives me a moment to light my joint. This looks kind of anime-ish, you know? And we're going to add some solid rocket boosters as well on there. But this is looking like a fairly cool craft, and you know, we're experimenting, and that's why we're experimenting with expendable people. We're really pushing the limits, just like the Soviets did. So you know what? I think I'm gonna keep this one. Looks kind of cool. And what I'm gonna do is also try to reinforce the structure so these things don't break off. Although that would be funny. Let's go with funny. Now, I must make sure that we fill it with the appropriate person. So, I don't know why Keith's still here. I thought Keith died. That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to look into that. How was Keith resurrected? Probably he's, you know, has something to do with his religion and their Dark Lord. So, back fat. Get in there. Oh, this might fall over because it didn't put a the stability enhancer, which is just the tower holding it on. Yeah, so it's balancing on its engines, which is never good. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now you can see that back fat is actually sitting on the outside of the rocket. Never really recommended when it comes to launching a rocket. So, whoops, let's just go back here to the chat on my phone. All right, so let's see how this fucking works. Throttle up. To it. All right, so we've just spent the first stage and we reached an altitude of almost 1,000,000 kilometers. Although we are in the shadow, we can see that our ship is still there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to wait till we're pointing normal, which is basically at the top of a globe. By the way, both version 1.8 and 1.9 are free and available on their websites. You can download them, and yeah, it's just cool to be able to play this for free and learn. So we're waiting to get to the top of this here, the apoapsis, and back fat there. It's quickly making his way. But you know what? We're going to point radial out. And we're going to see what happens. Oops, oh no. Can't control himself there. Back fat Kerman. You can't see him very well, but oh, what did I do? Oh. See if we can control ourselves here. At least regain control. A little bit better. Or not. What is back fat after all? He's not too smart. Let's see if we can get this to skim off the atmosphere. Oh, well, there goes our fuel. So because he's in space, he's not going to decelerate. Once you're, in a certain motion, you need an equal and opposite motion to negate that. So this is not a good thing for him. There's nothing he can do. I mean, he can eject. It's not going to help him. Back fat's going to crash into the atmosphere and probably burn up even before he hits the ground. But let's see what happens when we fast forward there. A little time warp. Let's do the time warp again. And you'll notice, obviously, the spin is removed because the time warp sort of puts you on a rail system, which stops any other activity that was going on like that. So, but we're coming in very steep and very hot. And unfortunately, we're still going to be in the dark side of the planet when we finally come down. But that should lead to some fun nonetheless. So you never want to come down so steep into an atmosphere. We're at 130 kilometers up, and we're doing 2,000 meters per second, 2,300 meters per second. This is extremely, extremely fast. Unfortunately, we can't really... Maybe I can activate his lights, can I? Hold on. Remove helmet. It won't let me in this atmosphere, but there we go. Now we're going to get a light show. So, look, he's overheating. The engine's overheating. It's gonna blow up. We got back fat up here. He's clueless as to what's going on. Look, I guess we're on the ground. Oh, I better leave my seat. Ah! Benghazi? Who's that? Falling at 90 meters per second, 8 kilometers, 8.6 kilometers above the ground, and just totally oblivious as to what's going on. I mean, I'm fired. Ah. That belt caused me mental pain and misery. When I won that, monetized this belt, oh, the attention I got, I didn't know what to do. I'm so fucking stupid. Yeah, you're stupid. You're fucking stupid. I love Amanda Cartman and all my other fans. I was the greatest monetized this champion ever, although it gave me so much stress I couldn't deal with it. Oh no. Just too much. I just wanna live on my side for my entire days because I'm just so fat and worthless. Wee. Feels like I'm in the hot tub and Mary Sue is bathing me with that rag on a stick. Yeah. Wonder what kind of deals Walmart has right now. You know, I'm kind of hungry. Could probably use some of those little debit cakes. I like those. I like to lick the cream out of them. Now I'll throw away the bread. I don't like the. Who needs the cake? I just want the cream. Nice processed hydrogenated cream. So good. If it wasn't for that cream, I'd still be able to see my dick. But no, I gotta lift up those layers of fat. My lady loves it. My old lady, she loves to see how many flabby layers I got. Let me tell you about hard times, about hard nipples and lots of rolls. Because, you know, being fat is so healthy. And everyone loves fat people, right? Because we're so self-aware and we don't block aisles or force the healthcare system into fucking over healthy people. Nah, no problem there. But hey, I was the greatest monetized this champion that Joe Cronin ever got. In fact, I was the greatest champion that all fat people had. This is Community Space Center to Fatback. This is Community Space Center to Fatback. Please come in. Over. Well, gentlemen, it looks like life signs are 0, and we have another successful failure in removing another degenerate from the population and experimenting with new technology. Let's pop open that champagne. Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! And as the director of Community Space Center, I, Devious Dave Rose, am very pleased with the successes that we have faced so far in our mission to go into space, doxbox everybody, and be in full control with total spectrum dominance, not only of the planet, but of the entire solar system. Absolutely great day, gentlemen. So now we're going to go back to the tracking station. And we observe that although we do have some debris still hanging around, for the most part, we're looking pretty. And our distribution of both our public telecommunications satellite, ComComSat-2, and our 2 current spy satellites, DocSat-1 and DocSat-2. We have some great coverage of the planet and can ensure that we are in constant communication with all the necessary authorities,
like the FBI and the CIA and the RCMP, man, and Europol and the Texas Police and Inner Force Security Company and Guardia and Mr. T, who was a bodyguard for Hulk Hogan. All of the necessary authorities, man. All the necessary authorities are gonna know, man. Oh, they can access DocSat 1 and 2, man. They can hack in there. You know what? I can hack in there right now with my phone. Let me do it right now. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop.
You've called the Wood Buffalo Library, please.
It must have been a wrong number, man.
So, let's see here. We need to add somebody to the roster. Ford has volunteered. So we will create the Ford character. He's got a big name, I guess, J.R. Ford III. But he said the other day to call him Ford, so we're going to call this guy Ford. And he's male. What do you want to be? Do you want to just accompany people on missions, or do you want to pilot? Because the scientists, engineers, and tourists cannot pilot. But you can be on board on a crew and actually do something that a pilot could not do. Everyone always gets a little stupidity, unless they're me. And I'd still give myself stupidity because, I'm honest. But yeah, we'll give you the normal stupidity that we give everyone that's normal, which is, just a little bit of stupidity because we're all stupid. But, not Bullfrog stupid or fucking Keith stupid or, other people stupid. So. And courage, we'll give you a 75. I think that's a fair. It's 67, something like that. 70. Shit, my daughter is demanding my phone. Just blow me up. Back in my day, it was called a sopapo, and it basically is a slap across the mouth. And that takes care of that problem very quickly. And I'm saying that because it's been applied to me. I've never applied it to a child before because I don't have one. And thus I don't own property to be able to, utilize that method of discipline. But if I did, I'm not sure if I would. But hey, it's always in the cards, You've got to have a nice array of retaliation available, tools, and teaching techniques that can ensure that if you need to pull out the sopapo, you pull out the sopapo. All right. I'm going to create the Kerbal now. There, I'll give you badass. There we go. We'll give just, I don't know, for random things. Create Kerbal. All right. Go back here and we see that. I don't know why these people keep getting added in here. I didn't say that you could be added in here, you fucking freaks. Like, I never asked for these people to be here. They can't keep adding them because I don't want them there. Like, look at this shit. Let's see if I can remove any. No. I'll hack the game and remove them. They're not on the roster. And if I have to, send a bunch more out into space and sacrifice them, so be it. Oh, I didn't think I made him a pilot. I didn't hear from him about that. Oh, I'll dismiss this Kerbal. Actually, no. We'll leave him in there for now. Let's see. What else? Actually, I want to check the chat here. Just checking one thing on my OBS. All right. Next. Oh, somebody contacted me on Skype. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Go to the space plane hangar. Oh, supposedly, what's it called? Foulmouth's Network Livewire, which is their Wednesday night show, is going to be on tonight at, I think, 8:50. So another 30 minutes, I guess, according to what I saw last. So in the chat, those that have access, to be able to search this, let me know what time it's supposed to start, and just keep me abreast to, to whether or not they're live, so I can make sure that I can cut out. Because A, I want to see it. B, it's not an issue about going over, Ken, but out of respect and because, I look out for Dave first, I want to watch the fucking show. So I'm going to stop this once that show starts. So until then, we're still going to have some fun. And I think Bullfrog wants to have some fun. So, what are we going to do for Bullfrog? Actually, you know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to, let's hack around just to have some fun here. Let's go to here. We are going to create a moonlander. This will be called Hoppity 1 or Hoppity 11. No, actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do moon landings just yet. But we will. Okay, so what do we want? We want... What are these guys? We want a drone. But not just any drone. So. This is going to be fun, I think. So. Curly. Wheels. Okay, so we did have problems the other day with some of our experiments. So what we want to do is we want to put these here. Actually, we want to do that. We need to look at the mass. Where did we put that? Oh, here we go. Okay, so these little tools here are so awesome. we know our center of mass. If we move this, we put it back here, we'll notice that this stuff moves, right? So, let's do this. This is fairly up off the ground. There's a fair bit of clearance. What we could do is move these up. There we go, there we go. Okay, so shift. So if I do that, then there's less clearance. Maybe a little bit more. I do also want to same as before. Fine. Okay, so we want battery packs. The right angle, which is fine. See right there for bullfrog. So we're going to call this let's see, the frogger. And I need to make this balanced, that's the big thing. Weight-wise, balance is extremely important for something like this. Got some lights on there. Ladder. Let's see. Got some solar panels. It's a little big. This one's the 2x3. Get one of these put on the back here. And do some of that. It's still a little bit close to the front. So, Let's see, there's one more thing I could probably add here. It's a little better. More centered. Perfect. All right. Let's stock it up with bullfrog. Let's launch it. So since it's nighttime, we're going to activate the lights. Come on. See that battery though. How's our charge doing? Come on, dummy. Stay open. Okay, so it is starting to chomp down on that consumption. We don't need them on, but we just apply the brakes. And we're going to fast forward through time. So that at least we can do this during the morning hours. Alrighty. So next step is we're going to extract our solar panel. Oof, I should not have picked that one. See how it touches. That should not be. I wanted to pick the one that was long. So, gotta watch out for that. Alright, well if this can fucking let me... It's not even let it... I'm supposed to be able to extract these. What the or retract, I should say. Block... Yeah. Good job. So I can't even retract them because they're blocked by the batteries. Good job. Oh well. At least it's got one one solar panel and batteries. Oh, but our batteries are almost depleted. Oh no. Good job, Bullfrog. Good job. Well, at least you got it to recharge the solar panel. Can it retract? No. It's still blocked. Oh, Bullfrog. Well, we're going to have to revert the flight to the space plane hangar, and we're going to change that solar panel there. Fly me to the moon, let me play amongst the stars. Down. I'm going to try to make this so that it's Perfect. Alright, so save that. Go to the crew. Bullfrog's there. Let's launch it.
Let's get froggy.
So we're going to fast forward till we have some sun. All right. Electric charge is down, but if we extend this, we'll get an increase.
Yay! And then, and again, I was driving in the Rover that Dave Rose made me, and I was going to go see Joe Cronin and tell him that Ken sucks, and then I was going to call Ken and tell him Joe sucks. Because I need that clout. I need it more than Pepsi, like I drink every day. Wee, wee. Oh, I want to go over there. I want to go. Those big balls, I like those big balls. They look big. Like balls. Wee. Oh, my grundle. Who needs airbags when you got a big gut? Wee. I wonder where the buffet is. Anyone seen the buffet? Where is everybody? Why is everyone always trying to avoid me? Woo! Where? No! Whoa! Yo! Ribbit. It's everyone else's fault but mine. Ribbit. Ribbit. No, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. You can't blame me. I didn't break it. Wasn't me. Ribbit. 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 I'm going to get out of my seat. Yeah. Oh, my grundle. What do I do? I take a surface sample? What's a fucking surface sample? I don't even know what a fucking book is. Oh, I can deploy my chute. That's a big fall down there. Ooh, my weight. It's moving the rover. Ooh. I don't know. Can I get back in? Oh no. It's on two legs. Two wheels. Oh no. What do I do? I'm gonna. I'm okay now. I don't know. I'm stuck. Well, since I'm not going anywhere, I guess I'll take off my helmet. Oh, I can breathe again. So many double chins were just being compressed. Oh. Maybe I should move my... I can't move. What's going on? Can't drive. It's not working. What's going on? Oh, it's the brake. I'm an idiot. I just didn't know what to do. It's not my fault, though. It's not my fault. There we go. I got some solar panel. But I'm tired of sitting. Just want to grab some frozen food. And I want to eat. Let's find something to eat. Whoa. Where's the food around here? Hello? Hello, is anyone here? I bet they're intimidated because I'm so cool. I'm so froggy. Rabbit. Maybe I should... Yeah, I'm going to deploy my chute. That didn't work. What am I supposed to do? Take a surface sample? Okay. I don't know what this means. Let's transmit. Okay. Disarm. I don't know what that means. Oh, deploy chute. Disarm. Deploy. I don't know. EVA report. Oh, I did that. What's my sample? When is this? I don't know what this is. It's too many words. I don't want to read books. My neck can't take it. Ugh. Oh, now all my chins are free. Okay. Back to the rover, the froggy. Ram it. Try that. Let's see. Oh, I'm not. Thankfully, this thing didn't tip over. Let's get. I'm gonna sit. Ugh, I've been standing for about 30 seconds. That's too much. This is not as comfortable as my couch, but it's good. And poor solar panel, I broke you. I mean, somebody broke you. It wasn't me. Whee! I'm gonna drive fast. And then we'll see what happens. You know, in real life, I'm not allowed to drive. Ribbit. In fact, I'm not even allowed around stoves. Ribbit. Whee! What happens if I try to turn fast? Ah! Whee! Oh no, what do I do? I guess I gotta get out. I don't wanna get out. Ouch. I got an owie. Okay. Bye-bye. Where do I go now? Where's the buffet? I don't know. What do I do? You know what? I'm just gonna stay here. I'm gonna make my new life here underneath the rover. I live here. I got shelter. So I got some grass for food. I'll be okay, I guess. My brother will make me my food, so I'm okay there. Okay.
So now we have Bullfrog out there living underneath a rover. And beautiful triangulations. See this triangulation right there on that spot. And obviously direct communication between these two and these three. So all three of them communicating with each other and communicating with the one spot. So that's how you can essentially get your triangulations. And yeah, there's definitely something here. Where is this? Can't really see too well. Very cool nonetheless. Very cool. So there's Bullfrog, there's the Frogger, which we're going to retrieve. We're going to remove his shelter, so he's going to have to live amongst the... Oh, we didn't want to do that. We wanted to retrieve it. But he's going to have to live amongst the elements. I mean, I know it's equatorial and the temperature is very mild, but he's going to have to figure out on his own how to live without assistance, as he currently is. So we're going to cover that, and there goes his shelter. Plus, we made some money. Very nice spread of the spy satellites. I'm liking that. Good coverage. When the further out you can get, the more you can intercept. This is very useful. But I think I'm going to wrap it up now. No, we can definitely fly probes and stuff to other planets, which I plan to do. But for the time being, I think we've accomplished quite a lot. We've filled our roster again with active recruits. We've launched 3 different satellites, including DocSat 1 and 2. And they are currently on the search for Skunt McLicken. And Bullfrog had a little fun himself, fucking around with his glorified go-kart. And, we did experience a few casualties, like all those shuttle crew, as well as Keith Rebarber and Backfat. But it was an eventful day and a very enjoyable one nonetheless. So I will depart from this show by telling you all thank you for joining us here today. Glad that you enjoyed yourself, Chad. Says fun show tonight, Dave. Thank you for the entertainment. And yeah, I thought it was fun. It was different. And
It's definitely not a kiddies game like Red Dead Revolver,
It's a refined game that has comedy involved, but very, very meticulous and intelligent aspects of this game that somebody like Seymour would probably never be able to understand. So he might not like the fact that I'm more intelligent, and he'll try to call me pompous. But guess what? It's earned. I've earned that right. I've earned that right. Why? Because my record speaks for itself. Come on. But hey, you're just some nobody from Detroit who will eventually get locked up again and such, so not really my problem. I mean, you should be watching out to be mugged in Detroit, especially with the political climate the way it is these days. Regardless, I did enjoy tonight. I did enjoy having fun in the various ways that I did. So, yeah, I hope you all have a great evening tonight. And, I'll see you soon for many different things. Be sure to check in with Foul Mouse Network tonight. You got Livewire starting probably real soon. All right, guys.